campaigns, like you were saying, and they'll come out and they'll tell you exactly what they want. But you have to do those different things that we were talking about to bring it out, and basically you're changing what something might originally be in their head, just buying this fruit, and you're making it something that they see as a need for them, rather than they think, why would I want that? Now all of a sudden they're telling you, like you said, well, how much is it, right? So it's very interesting, and it could be fun for some people if they get into sales. Who would you say is like great in politics? And I know most people's answer, who's the best salesperson?
You want to know the truth? I think this is going to surprise a lot of people. I think AOC is fantastic when it comes to selling ideas. I don't agree with what she's selling, but if you think about it, she primaried a Democrat in her neighborhood by just outworking them. She went out into the neighborhood, understood the demographic, talked to the people, met them where they were at. She campaigned her ass off. Like, third parties you shouldn't study the politician that you most agree with. You should study the politician that had similar circumstances. I think what people miss about AOC is that she ran a fucking phenomenal fucking initial campaign. She took what I think are batshit crazy ideas, understood her demographic, and went out there and met people. She put the fucking work in, and that's the person that, again, I think she's fucking crazy. I hate her fucking ideas, but if you had to model yourself after a candidate that was, I think, initially unlikely to be seen as viable, and now look at her, I think what she's accomplished is pretty fucking impressive. There's examples of this throughout politics, but I like mentioning that one because it's acknowledging that even the person that I think is fucking horrible in terms of her ideas was very good at the tactical piece of getting herself elected.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think that they shouldn't call them politicians. I think they should call them salesmen, right? If you call them salesmen, then it makes it clearer, to people that who these people really are. And I know some might say, "Oh, you're just judging the politicians." I just think that's what they really are. They're selling something. Would you agree?
I would say that every job is sales.
Well, not necessarily. Well, yeah.
I think every job is sales. Like somebody's getting sold on something, and so in politics, it's very clear that you have to sell an idea. And
they sell things that they're not. I'm sorry. Real quick, they're selling things that they don't necessarily believe in. A lot of times, a teacher that has that dream of being a teacher and wants to give young people, they don't have to sell anything. That's their innate. You follow me?
No, I think teachers sell shit too. I know.
Yeah. I'm talking at the highest stake. I'm not talking about that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I think they're all salesmen. And on the political side, here's the interesting thing. Depending on who your audience is, your sales process is going to be much different. Like if you're talking to your constituents, you can sell them on ideas that you know that they want to hear, but then when it comes to selling the idea to get it passed, when you need some bipartisan support, all of a sudden you're selling it a little bit differently, and you're making these compromises. And I think the scary thing is right now we live in a world where things are so evenly divided that politics works better when there's a dominant party and there's a party that wishes that they can compete. Because what will happen?
That's going on now.
Well, no, it's so evenly divided. If you look at it, it's the margins are so thin. You got to think back to when Reagan won his re-election, he won 49 out of 50 states. It was like the country wanted Reagan to be the president. Now you have, the divide lines are really, forget about state by state. It's in big urban centers, in the cities, they're hardcore Democrat, outside of Dallas, right? But and then in rural communities, it's purple, depending on how close to the city and how close you are to rural. And then in the rural community, it's deeply red. And the constituents in those areas have much different wants, much different needs. And so because there's no dominant party, what happens is people have to capitulate their own views, or they have to sell some radical idea to try to find people that have tuned out of politics. This is what Trump does, right? Trump converts people to come and vote that never wanted to be interested in politics because they're like, oh, this guy's different. And that's the thing that I think that traditional Republicans didn't understand initially, which is how he became president in the first place. And I think that's something that Democrats still don't fully fucking wrap their head around.
So that's why I think they should be called salesmen. I think I understood what you said about AOC because she went from nothing, I guess. I don't know a lot about her, but I know that she didn't start out as a known politician or let's say salesman. And then all of a sudden, she, like you said, she did the work. And boom. Then you got Trump. I still think he's the top salesman because he'll do something that most people won't do. He'll say something, and he knows it's going to get a reaction. So it's like he's leading people emotionally towards the direction that he wants to go in.
So yes, he is leading the direction they want to go in. It does not necessarily mean the direction he wants to go in is a positive direction.
Say that again. So
the direction he wants to go in is not necessarily the best direction to go in.
Well, that's every politician, right? There's every politician who might be like, well, again, I'm sorry.
No, you're okay. What I mean by my comment is Donald Trump is who he is. People recognize his political grift, whether they like it or not, and make predictions based on those kind of comments. So they'll say Donald Trump is a little more on the side of corporations that want to keep their own profits, I should say. Well, I mean that insofar as the folks that are on the other side of that seem to want to keep their profits while criticizing the way things work at the very same time. They seem to want to get their own while not giving up their own at the very same time. So that's probably that's probably a way of saying things that is mighty complicated. So sorry.
Yeah. You're a little on the tipsy side today, huh, Marshall? Or you're tired.
I am laying in bed, and so, yes, that is.
But when I talk politics, you wake up. He's a real passionate politician.
I got a question for you, Marshall. Are you going to join the campaign to help get John Kitover elected to Congress?
If Kitover is willing to do people's work, yes. If he is willing to do his own work, then no.
I think that he took a major step. He's got a website. He's got everything set up. We did a money bomb for him today, and we raised $1,000 for his campaign in day one. What do you think of that?
My question is is his campaign website the actual website, or is it just one of those things that gets established? If John is interested in serving, then I am always in the metric of let's help. Let's get that person that's interested in serving up front. So if you're genuinely interested in serving and you want to do people's work aside from your own, it is what it is. They're conspiratorial. They are what they are. Then I'd be willing to help you. If you're willing to make a pledge to go and work for the people, then I'm all about that. If the people are secondary to your metric, then I'm not really interested. So if the people are first, then I'm on board. If the people are second, then I'm not on board.
Well, what do you think of his starting point of being an alternative in his race as a voice that wants to reduce the national debt because he doesn't believe that it's fair to kick the can down the road for people's kids and grandkids? He's I think of him as a Midwest Thomas Massey. That's the way I'm kind of looking at the campaign.
So I'm all about that. If you want to spend less money, you want to get into where we should be able to and spend within our means, then I'm all about that. If that's what Edmund's campaign is, then that's what I'll support. I don't want to support some sort of hey, we should make Edmund the most powerful congressman. I'm more in the frame of hey, we can get Edmund to ask some questions that are important and to be an additive to Thomas Massey. If Thomas Massey needs help...
If you lived in his district and you knew nothing about him and you heard that he was running, what would be the first question you would ask him?
Edmund, how do you intend to impact basic voters? What is the thing they should know about you that will impact the folks who are most likely to vote?
I thought about this for, decent amount of time the other day, and it's three things primarily. One is, I want to lower the property taxes for the constituents in the District 16. I want to lower the income taxes, and I want to lower personal and public debt for them. I feel like that would be three things that I could, personally work on for them that I think that they would consider of great value for an elected representative to help them with those three very important issues in their lives.
So the good question here is, what out of those three things do you expect you'll be able to make the most impact on? I don't care whether it's the folks closest to you, the folks farther away, folks farther away from you, or whether it's folks in the medium term. What do you think you could make the most important impact on, and how would that impact the rest of good grief. The rest
take your time, Marshall.
No, John laying in bed right now. So sorry. The rest of the constituents. So sorry for my describing of this to people. But Edmund, how would you describe that to the most folks who had that sort of impact on it, that hey, we want your help, but hey, we don't necessarily understand you getting involved in the middle of this shit? how would that work? And as I've told you before, you tell me how I can help you. I'll go out of my way to find a way to help a constituent. So if you need help, you just let me know.
Thanks, Marshall. I don't know if you see any of these town hall videos, but the constituents tear up these Republican congressmen and senators at their town hall events because they feel completely disconnected. They're angry with what's happening, what choices are being made, and generally people get very angry when there's no transparency. Education and transparency go hand in hand. So if there's anything I can do for the voters of the 16th district, it would be so that I could be as transparent with them as possible by educating them about the national debt, about the annual deficit, about the unfunded liabilities, about the potential of a death spiral where prices start increasing every 2 to 3 days. By 2050, we'll be paying $4 trillion annually on the interest, and we're only collecting 5 trillion. So at that rate, or in 2050, there will be nothing left to spend on other than borrowing to spend. So we have a major borrowing and spending addiction problem in this country. That's my thoughts.
What do you think's driving that? I'm still a novice when it comes to politics, and so this is interesting. What do you think's driving these salesman politicians/politicians to continue to kick the can down the road?
It's the capability and the capability to do it. We're the world reserve currency, and we can apparently just keep borrowing. But it's also evil inclination. It's immorality. It's unethical behavior. It's not living the way that you would live your life personally. The
Give me an
government.
example, like when you say what you just said. Give me an example of what the actions they're doing specifically.
They're borrowing $2 trillion a year over what they collect annually in taxes, and they're spending that money across a wide variety of different government services, primarily Medicare,
I'm
Medicaid,
sorry,
which
John.
is
I'm talking about to the average person. What is the evil that's being done to them? Break it down for me so I understand.
yeah. If you go to usdebtcollect.org, you can see how much each average America owes the government. I think it's $116,000 at this point.
The taxes. Okay.
Yeah, you're not born into this life with a surplus like you are in Norway or Saudi Arabia, where they have, sovereign wealth funds in the trillions or hundreds of billions. You are born into automatic debt in this country, $115,000 just in debt. Then you're going to spend 30, 40 years working and paying more taxes. So we have completely flipped this ship upside down since the year 2000, and we have to come up with some creative and maybe, you know, belt tightening procedures, which is being cheap and fiscally conservative in what we're going to do in the future, because to just kick the can down the road is irresponsible and self-destructive. And if you love your
Well,
country, you want to preserve its legacy by preserving the treasury. The treasury is one of the most important things in a castle. If the treasury is empty, the kingdom has no power.
what politicians do you think are along those lines of thinking that are genuine?
Well, I looked at under all presidents, which presidents have the best return in the stock market. And interestingly, Nixon is the only one with a flat or even slightly negative annual return in the stock market. Bill Clinton has the highest, which is the .com boom. And guess what seems to make the stock market go up? The inflation rate, or the supply of currency. So if Nixon, I guess, I could be wrong on this. Mojo probably knows more about this than I do, but it appears, with Nixon, with devaluing the gold standard with the dollar. Um, I'm just saying that, if that makes any sense. But anyways,
So today, nobody. Today is what you're saying, because you went back to Nixon. So I'm talking about, yeah, I know what you mean, but today,
Yeah, well, today, I mean, we have a lot of politicians that have been talking about this issue for a very long time. I don't know. You should look up this one politician. I saw a video about him. It's called Flight 007. I'll have to get you his name. I don't know if he's a senator or a congressman, but he mysteriously died in a plane accident over North Korea. Let me pull it for you. This guy was talking about the
Oh,
Federal Reserve.
so you're saying there's potential danger in this, of course, right? There's danger
Yeah.
in so what you're saying that
Check out
maybe he
this.
was murdered.
Check out this Larry McDonald. I couldn't believe this story when I heard it because it's so weird that it's Flight 007. But you should read about this guy, Larry McDonald, who, let's see, was he a congressman or a senator? Oh, yeah, he was a representative. You can go on YouTube and type in Larry McDonald Federal Reserve and watch all kinds of interviews with him where he talks about the Federal Reserve, and which is really just a bunch of member banks who want to inflate the money supply and make money and make a profit out of it at our expense.
So you're saying that mysteriously he had a plane crash, right? You're not really. You're saying that it's potentially foul play.
He got shot. Look, read the article. Um,
Yeah.
no, in 1983, it was shot down by a Soviet flag on interceptor aircraft. The Boeing 747 was en route to Anchorage to from Anchorage to Seoul. But anyways, look up Larry McDonald. He's got a great history. He was a member of U.S. House of Representatives in Georgia from 75 to 83. And just he was in the Navy 59 to 61. So just a lot of Americans who serve in the U.S. military, when they come out, they're not the biggest fans of the military because they've been to third world countries. They know how horrible the world is, but they also don't appreciate currency manipulation and unethical behavior. So at $37 trillion in debt, when just 25 years ago we were pretty much even with a surplus under Clinton, so you can look at the history of the national debt, but like 37 trillion is unprecedented and it's catastrophic. We are currently now in a catastrophe, and it only cascades. It gets worse from here. So
Mojo, let me ask Mojo. Mojo, is there someone that's not dead that you think would be somebody after Law and the Dead?
Yeah, Thomas Massey, Chip Roy, Rand Paul. There's a small handful of them. Typically, they're part of the what's known as the Republican Liberty Caucus. Some of them are a little bit more swayable, I suppose you could say. But I would say Thomas Massey is probably the closest thing that we have. If Justin Amash gets back into Congress, that would be a good thing. He's somebody that I think is a fiscal hawk. The thing is you don't need all of Congress to behave that way either. You just need enough where passing a bill requires pleasing them. And with things as tight as they are, you need about maybe 10 people in the House, and you need maybe 3 people in the Senate. If they were just staunch, like, if it doesn't meet these conditions, the answer is no. Because then it requires, like, when you know that the answer is no, people have to go to the drawing board, and they have to ask themselves when it's close, what is it going to take to get these radicals to not freak out? And because some of the things that Thomas Massey supports, I'm not in agreement with, because he's so radical that like he will just vote no regardless, even if it's something that he thinks would be a good idea. He'll just say, well, it's not in the scope of what the federal government do. It's a principled move, but it's like he will say no to things that, even though he would like the result of what the change is. And I think, like, there's a lack of pragmatism, but he is the most principled guy that we probably have ever had in Congress, and his seat is not vulnerable at all. So he'll be there for a while. All he needs is a few people like him. He just needs a handful of people to join him.
It's interesting, right? The American voter, how intelligent do you think they are as far as knowing some of these details that you guys just told me, right? I think. Well, there's two big problems, right? There's the completely uninformed, and then there's the completely misinformed, right? Some people will believe the silliest shit. And we see that. Yeah. Driven on emotion. Emotion is like the biggest, right? Yeah, I would be in support of if somebody wants to vote on let's say when we put something up to a vote for people, like an initiative or a referendum, I think there should be a litmus test of well, do you understand what this bill does? I think because the way that they frame it is you've got Democrats that, the money's going to go to the schools. Okay, well, they don't care if it's unrealistic. They don't care if it's actually going to go there. The way it's written, they just take it. I think they should be a quiz that you take that tells whether or not you know enough about an issue to even fucking weigh in on it. Exactly. But this is what I'm trying to say. So you mentioned just not even a handful, maybe 3 people that are serious about that, right? So then I think about why. I'm trying to get to the answer of why these people are doing it. John just said evil, these kind of things, but then I want to dig deeper, and I'm going to ask a couple more questions. So trying to get to the bottom of this is, why do people vote, right? And it's usually emotion. So you're setting up the questionnaire, but again, you're not in the Congress or the Senate to make these things a reality. So in reality, how do you get it to the point where you're going up against these other politicians, but you're again, people vote on emotion. You have to be a great salesperson. You have to get them on your side, right? But then you're faced with, let's say, the media going against you because maybe you don't have the biggest microphone. But everything has to do with your effectiveness in getting what you want. One might say, you go back 40 years, there'll never be a president like Trump, but then he accomplished it. So how do you think the end point, right? Because I know you guys, I don't know anything about politics, right? So I do know that if someone has an intention and they're putting everything on it, right? And they're, like you said, asking the right questions, right? All these kind of things. Getting to that final place where they can get a politician in the place to make these changes that you're talking about. Well, there's a lot of things that have to change. First of all, the culture within the parties itself. The Democratic Party has a stranglehold on what is really tolerable within the tent, and then you have a challenge of, if you expand the tent too wide, then you let people into the tent that's easier for your opponent to exploit and say, oh, look at what they want to do. They want to trans the kids, for example, right? And so there's this fine line, and so but each party has kind of their own unique problems. If you look at the Democrats, it's interesting. They call themselves Democrats. They don't believe in democracy. In fact, they don't want a democratic process for deciding who the candidates are going to be. In fact, it's been like that for a while. With Hillary, they went out of their way to burn Bernie Sanders.
with they were giving the debate questions to Hillary. They were robbing funds that they were supposed to give to all the candidates, and there was an alliance. There was an agreement. They wanted Hillary to run, and when they made the decision that Biden needs to step down, they didn't even. They waited till after the primary, and they just chose Kamala Harris. They know that Kamala Harris can't survive a primary because she would have to go on a debate stage and she'd get exposed because she's a big dum-dum. And so when they make these choices, they're picking the people that they can control. They're not really picking people that they think the public likes. They're not picking people that they think would do a great job. It's simply who they can have control over. Now the Republicans, they have a different problem where Trump expanded their base beyond the typical Republican and sold his idea to people that basically came in and changed the Republican Party. Now, you can make your argument if you think it was for better or for worse. I don't have the energy to debate that right now, but that's besides the point. To your point about being a salesman, Trump came in with salesmanship and just said, look, these are the ideas. And what he found was not only was he able to expand the base of the Republican Party, he was also able to become the scary entity where everybody in the party had a choice. They could either go against him and to their own detriment and remain principled, or they could join forces with him. And if you look at like some of the people that he browbeat, people like Marco Rubio, he beat the shit out of these guys,
Mojo,
and they fell in line.
That's where I woke up into politics, when those debates were going on, right? And I told my friends, I said, he's going to win, because when I looked at him, right, and I looked at the rest of them, everybody was the stereotypical Republican, right? And he had the balls or the brashness, or whatever you want to call it, the crazy, whatever you want to call it, to just say whatever you wanted to say, and nobody would, it's like somebody's getting ready to fight, and one guy's talking a lot, and the other guy just goes over and punches the guy right in the face, doesn't care. That's what he was doing, and that's, from the outside looking in, he looks like the guy, when the rest of the guys look weak. And I didn't understand why other people weren't really confronting him head on and not caring. They were so worried about the way they would come off. But he broke that completely. He broke them.
Indeed, yeah.
And partly is because he was already wealthy, right?
Actually, first of all, the first time around, his initial goal wasn't to win. If you talk to the campaign members the first time, he just wanted to insert certain ideas into the debate so he can get the country talking about it. Not unlike what Congressman Kitover is talking about doing. He wants to get the country talking about certain things. It wasn't until the first caucus, in Delaware and New Hampshire, where he did well, that he then switched his idea. The original goal was like, hey, if we can get 10% of the vote, they can't ignore some of these ideas. And what happened was that he did way better than they thought. And then he goes to campaign headquarters and he says, okay, what do we got to do to win the next one? And his original campaign manager quit because they were like, wait a minute, I'm not here to support you to get elected.
Yeah.
This was supposed to be a joke. And once he realized that he was outperforming expectations, and that was because the media created a monster with him. They didn't think that he could win because they thought it was going to be politics as usual. Right. And so even left-wing media was like, let's put a microphone, follow this guy everywhere. They gave him so much fucking press. And then he found his audience. Yeah, it absolutely did. He crushed it.
Right. And what worked in his favor, like you said, he just wanted certain policies to be talked about, things like this.
But once he
wasn't attached, and
until he realized. Once he realized, like, it's kind of like, you know, if you throw a compliment at a hot chick, and like you're thinking like, oh, what the hell? I'll tell her like, you know, like, oh, hey, you know, or even just give her a look or a wink or whatever it might be, right? And then all of a sudden she gives you the look like it's cool and you're gonna get to smash it. Now all of a sudden you're gonna pivot into like, okay, I can fuck this woman, right? I think that's the way he looked at the presidency.
Right, and that was. And you could say powerful in a way to have him win the presidency is that when they made the adjustment and realized, because in the beginning it was his not giving a fuck on stage, right? That he stood out as, you could just say, more of a leader, more of a guy with balls. Now I remember there was the other guy from Ohio, right? That was fighting him a little bit. What was that guy's name? 2016. Remember?
There were several people. They all fell out.
No, but there was one guy that I noticed. They didn't come to Trump on his level. They were like goofy. And Trump was because I'm from New York. Trump's from New York. He knew how to make somebody look small, like Little Hands, and what's the Sleepy Joe, and he knew how to. It's like being in a playground goofing on each other, and everybody's laughing because one guy has the better, wittier goofs on somebody else. He was doing that, but there was one. Was John Cusack? I don't know.
Did you talk about Kasich?
It must be Kasich, right?
Yeah.
That guy was not kind of. What was going on? Because I saw him as someone that maybe had an opportunity to confront Trump, but it didn't quite happen like I thought.
The issue with Kasich is he wasn't as easily targetable as some of the other guys. Some of the other people had some obvious weaknesses. Where Kasich was such a long shot, anyways, and the only reason why he then became thought that he could have a chance is that he was truly an alternative in the fact that he was about as moderate as you're going to get.
Greetings from Jerusalem to the proud people of Iran.
I saw him as a potential opportunity to confront Trump and he didn't take. I thought that he should go up and confront him so that he could get people on his side. He never did it. He tried to play Mr. Harmony, and it just didn't make sense to me. Didn't make sense. So Trump, it was like an easy win.
Yeah. And if you want to see what a leader that embodies what Kitover is trying to do, you almost have to look outside of the U.S. Again, you could look at Thomas Messi, but a better example would be like Javier Milei in Argentina, which things were so fucked that he came in there and said, you know what? He swung for the fences and said, we're gonna just turn this thing upside down. When Milei ran, nobody thought that he had a chance. And people were like so desperate that they were just like, well, we got to try something new. When he got in, he took the government in day one from 21 agencies down to 9. He gutted 12 government agencies in day one in office. And he turned things around. The inflation rate went down dramatically. GDP went up. Like all of these benchmarks that you would look at for a health of an economy, like incredible turnaround in rapid, time, and so that's the spiritual leader.
But Mojo, how do you think somebody can do that in America?
It has to get in order for that to happen. It has to get worse. Here's the unfortunate truth. In order for somebody that would. Like, let's say for Thomas Massey, let's say, because he's the poster child for this idea of fiscal conservatism, you would have to take inflation to such absurd levels for the country to look at him and take him serious. If you got to the point where you started paying, like, again, people were complaining about eggs, but imagine if you went to the supermarket and a dozen eggs, if they were $30 or $50, now all of a sudden you would be like, dude, this is broken. And then you've got somebody that's like got a 30-year track record of saying, I fucking told you so. And by the way, the only way we're going to fix it is to do, these things.
Yeah.
I think inflation would have to get insane, absolutely bonkers for us to turn to it. And I think it's possible that it'll happen, but what's more likely is a total collapse before American people would actually, do something that would help them.
Well, let's play devil's advocate for a second. Let me do this in layers. So first, you would have to get people. You tell me to get behind him, right? Just financially, he would have to get funding for his message, right? And he would have to have the message would have to resonate. He would have to be able to be the type of orator that is impressive and shows the future and is able to paint the picture so clear that it starts to resonate and build. And once it builds, then he would have to have a team. It would have to be media, all these kind of things to get that message to build like a snowball. You would have to get a snowball effect to happen. And then, I'm just looking at the other side of it, where the inflation wouldn't have to be astronomical. So could you talk to that a little bit, see if you could find some possibilities if he was the type of politician that's able to sell his dream and have it resonate?
Yeah, well, I think again, I don't think the conditions are met for those ideas to be popular.
I'm challenging. I want to.
Well, so again, I think in order to sell it, the conditions would have to get worse. That would be first. But second, he might not be the guy that can sell it. And if you go back to looking at you take a look at Barry Goldwater, who had some very interesting ideas about what the conservative movement should be, and he was selling people, at least in his circle, that this was a really good idea. But when it came time for the election, he wasn't the guy that could get the ball, across the line. And so he ran in the 60s, and then into 1980, Ronald Reagan basically picking up the playbook of Barry Goldwater, but Ronald Reagan was an actor. Ronald Reagan could deliver a speech.
Right.
Ronald Reagan had good hair. Ronald Reagan was fearless. Ronald Reagan was funny. Ronald Reagan, could own the debate, right? Reagan only took Goldwater's platform and then polished it. It's kind of like you're an actor, right? Imagine somebody writes lines and then you get an actor that reads them that can't deliver them, but then you give those same words, you give that same script to somebody that could read them, that's a true thespian that's going to connect with people. That was what Ronald Reagan did. Ronald Reagan just took Goldwater's ideas and popularized them. But again, the time had to be right and the person had to be right. So I think times have to get worse, and then you need to, and then I think you just need somebody that's got the it factor.
Right. Well, do you think there's enough people, or let's say a movement, in the direction of wanting to get behind that? So if it's not the salesman, the politician, right? Then it's the people that you think there's a movement there that can grow.
Well, I think it's happening. I think what's happening is you have guys like Massey, Chip Roy, Rand Paul that for years now have been planting the seeds, right? The problem is that American people, as much as they know that the economy's off the rails, they know that it's not good, but the pain at a personal level is not high enough. It's not high enough.
That's why it always boils down to a leader that's able to get them to
that the pain is significant, especially if it's not to them. Like if they still have Netflix and they still have their cell phone and they still have food in their pantry, do they really feel the pain? Probably not. But if they're parents, you might be able to convince them of the fact that, like, look, for the first time in many, many generations, your children are not going to be as successful as you are. That was the American thing. Was like your kids are going to be if you work hard, your kids are going to have it better than you did. That is no longer true, and it's going to get dramatically untrue to the point where parents are going to have their kids and they're going to know that the likelihood of their kids buying a home is less likely now than it has been in many, 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 many generations.
So then Rand Paul and all these people should have young people connect with young people to have them, because they're going to be the future.
Correct.
So they would have to, find an order that's able to resonate with them, not AOC, right? Someone that's able to resonate with them and build from those 18-year-olds, to 25-year-olds, really build, because it's their life that's at stake, right?
Correct. The real pain is going to happen to their kids and their grandkids, and if you have somebody that can connect with those people and fight through all the minutia, because let's be clear, if you wanted to go table at a university for this type of a cause, the big universities now would make it difficult for you to have your table there, for you to be able to reach the student body. You probably see them getting protested by radicals that get money thrown at them. It's going to be a long fight. I do think that there's a couple things that need to happen. I think that people with fiscal conservative ideas need to get into academia, because right now what you have is indoctrination camps where the young people go off to a university and they're getting exposed to some radical fucking people, which that's fine if they have the critical thinking skills to be able to, to sniff out the bullshit. You need to have professors that can walk them through the dangerous fucking path that we're on, and I think that's the long game. And sadly, I don't think our problems are going to get solved anytime soon. And as we continue to kick the can down the road, the problem's getting worse. Right now, it's $37 trillion in debt. You project that out over the next 50 years, where's it going to be? Even if we stay steady at a $2 trillion deficit, that means every 10 years you're adding $20 trillion more. That's unsustainable, and so it's eventually the chickens are going to come home to roost.
Yeah. Well, you also could think about as much as not to. I don't. I've been in Hollywood, and it's like, there's a lot of bullshit there, but they should be thinking about the celebrities, the artists, musical artists, because these are the people that young people follow.
There's a few of them. Unfortunately, some of them are crackpots. But there's a few that are on board. Vince Vaughn is very, very libertarian-esque. Like Vince Vaughn, if he didn't have to worry about his Hollywood career, like he's a guy that I think that could connect with younger people, and maybe not anymore.
Because Hollywood career. This is the thing that, like, I haven't made the type of money some of these people made, right? But that's about to change. The thing is, they have money, right? So you're saying to worry about their career. A lot of times, maybe because they have money, right? It becomes not so much about the money. It's more about, I don't know, maybe the role that they've always dreamed they want to play. So they're still trying to get there. But once these I don't know. Some of these celebs are motivated by different things. They want to work with that director. But you just have to find what would motivate these people to get behind something that's lofty, that's more for humanity and Americans and the future of the people, the young people having. I have that within me, because I resonate with kids. They just light me up. I do a drum circle. I have the kids playing different instruments, and I get lit up when I see, because I see parents, right? Like they'll come in with a stroller, they come in with their little babies, they come in with their 2 to 10-year-olds, and once they get next to the drums, these kids light up like crazy. And then I see the parents, and I see them with the stressors that they're coming to the park to let go, and I realize a lot of their stressors are coming from what they want their children, the kind of life they want their children to have, and they're working so hard to have that life. And so I go to the parents and I give them a lot of love. I say, man, your kid, and I'm being genuine. Your kid's beautiful. So there's something about that and you have to find artists that really resonate with families and it lights them up and they want to get on board, because what you guys are saying is that the way it's going, there's not enough people in power that are giving light to the next generation's future. That like they don't even care. They just I don't know. Yeah, I don't get it anyway. Sounds pretty. Sounds too good. Doesn't sound too good. Cut them into 8x11 pieces. We stencil. What are we gonna do? Maybe Gildas is the future. Maybe that's the answer. What's Gildas? Piece that raised $9,500 for the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund. Have you met Gildas? And I don't know that there's a better. No, I've not. Wow, Gildas is talk about direct action too. Gildas is because he's a friend. Knowing you, like it's the idea that the peaceful process. No, Gildas is great. Gildas is a prime example of like more. It's like a battering ram. When if there's certain people on the stage, like we can release Gildas, and he's like the final boss of this room. That's the way I like it. Can you talk about why, and particularly why you guys tend to advocate? I think that's a fair characterization. You guys do like dead cops and stuff like that. We feel that there's all sorts of property destruction all the time. But isn't it like when they say it's not saying the politics about money? It's about the money. No. What's it saying when they talk about it's about the money? Stupid or about the economy? It's the economy stupid. That was James Carville. He was one of the. I agree with that. Yeah. That same guy he's the one that helped Bill Clinton get elected, and he's one of the most brilliant strategists the Democrats have ever had. And you know what he's telling the Democrats now? He's still a Democrat, but what he's telling them is they got to get rid of all this wokey shit. And when James Carville's telling you, it's still telling you it's the economy stupid, and and telling you to quit running around with this wokey bullshit. That they don't have to listen to Republicans when they say it, but they better fucking listen when James Carville tells them. Yeah, because people, like you were talking earlier about being an impact, the orator, the politician, the salesman would have to be able to communicate to people in they have to see it in their personal lives why it's important about the steps to that. So when you talk money to people, that resonates across all focus. For the most part, when you talk about putting money in somebody's pocket, they start to wake up and see their dreams that they think only money can get them there. Only money can get them there. That's how most people think. They don't get that it's them that gets them there. The money's after. I think the challenge with talking money to the side of this aisle is that they don't understand. They'll say things like asinine things like, "Oh, well, the government should pay for this," and they don't ask themselves like the real question of, "Well, how does the government pay for it?" And they could do it through printing money
or they can do it through taxation. And the reality is that you're harming your future every time the government spends money, every time the government borrows money. And they don't care because they're only focused on the fact that it doesn't come out of their pocket directly.
Now it's getting interesting.
Yeah, it comes out of their pocket indirectly.
Now it's getting interesting. Because what's about to happen in the next 10 years is going to turn on a dime. Okay? Because there's going to be enough people in the United States and beyond. They're going to understand that they're the cause of everything. Absolutely everything. And it's going to be so clear, so decisive, that they're going to get that they are the one. Right? They are the ones. Right now, you can tell somebody that all the other stuff that they're talking about, whether it be government's a problem, race is a problem, people, whatever, right? Whatever it is. No. You are the problem. You are. And when you get that, right, then and you get educated around that, you can transform yourself to the point, and it happens. You see plenty of people that have gone from squalor, not saying everybody, but squalor to absolute luxury and wealth, right? So these things are all going to become very known around the world, and but it's going to start in America here, as a lot of things do, and I'd love to be a part of that. And that's what's happening. And that, Mojo, that wouldn't you say, aside from the inflation going to astronomical heights, right? Wouldn't you say that is more important than anything for people to see they're the problem?
Yeah, but time, there's an
I wake up, John, and something like that, John.
there's an expression, don't be a part of the problem, be the problem. And if you're a patriot, or a historian, or you just have common sense and you just practice pragmatism, you'll realize that borrowing $2 trillion that you don't have annually, like Mojo just said, over 10 years is 20 trillion more dollars to the deficit. That'll put us at 45 trillion. When we're at 50 trillion, it's 4 trillion a year just in interest payments. We could artificially lower the rate and reduce the interest payments. There's going to have to be some kind of meeting of the minds, but the Federal Reserve and Chairman Powell, they're rather resistant to lowering interest rates because that cuts their profits. So we have.
Yeah, it's I'm not in. Again, I have to learn all this stuff, but keep it to. I don't know a lot about all those, the way it works. All that stuff, the economy, I was keeping.
You know how a credit card works, right?
You know what? When I was younger, I saw all friends using this, and I saw a problem with it. I never bought a credit. I never used a credit card in my life. I said, "This is not for me." That's right. That's right. So that was one of the problems, that I started.
Well, then you're a fiscal conservative.
Right. So, real quick, question to you, John. Right. So if people get that they are the problem, that's the way it works. Because Raj brought it up. They would have to get really bad, right? And why do you think, John? Why do you think when you think of the human being, right? Why does it have to get real bad before they wake up?
It's just human nature. Most people don't know the house is on fire till the house is on fire.
But why? I know that. Why?
It's a question of awareness, and we have,
Exactly.
yeah, but we have the world's currency supply. We're the world default currency because of World War II. So we have built up a massive historical legacy that we are rapidly ripping apart and destroying by doing this
You're
type of
talking about the
inflation.
after effects. I'm going to the source. I'm going to the person, the actual person, right? That's what I want to talk about. You're talking about the results of the person being the problem. I'm going directly to the person being the problem, right? So, because if you're able to get all the people, right, is what you're trying to do, get all the people in alignment with this, right? You have to be able, as I was talking about Roger.
The problem is in the paperwork. You can just go to the congressional acts, the HR acts, and actually view all the bills they're voting on.
The paperwork is paper. It's paper and it's dots on paper. There's a person that has to agree with it. I'm going to the person, right? I'm going to the person. I want you to look at it from that point of view. When I said to you that they have to get they're the problem, right? Maybe they'll go to the paper and they'll get they're the problem. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not sure what you're asking anymore. Sorry.
Well, you're saying they have to go to the website and read. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying people vote on these acts, Congress people, senators, and they're the ones who pass all these huge omnibus bills, plunging us further into debt annually and borrowing more than $2 trillion a year.
You're blaming them. I'm saying, when I was talking, because I don't know if you're following, I was getting in a conversation with Mojo, right? About, because see, this is what happens. When we see nothing but failures, right, around us, right? It takes a lot to see a victory, right? In fact, most people, that's why I was asking you guys a question. Most people haven't seen the end in the way that it's a victory. You see it going dark, right? So I'm looking for you to see it at the end as a victory, meaning that you've gotten the debt down, to where you, like you said, Nixon. So I'm saying myself as someone that doesn't know about all these things like you guys know about politics, right? I know about my personal life. I know watching others going from failure to victory, right? And I got that I was the problem. Okay? That this is you were quoting poetry and philosophy. If you understand that, right, then you will be able to attain a lot more in your life, and you people will respect you much more, and they'll get behind you much more. So this is kind of the conversation I want to talk about. It's more philosophy than it is those results of people making these bad decisions.
Yeah, I mean, I know what you're saying, from a philosophical perspective. I mean, I feel like everybody in this country is the president or a congressperson or a senator. They just don't know it yet. But
now you're like, that's the kind of conversation. Because I'm not educated around the politics like you guys are. So I can only talk about what I know. And it's not just book knowledge, it's life knowledge, right? You have to go through things in order to be able to talk about these things. So go ahead, elaborate on what you were saying.
I'm just saying we are our own worst enemy, and most people are looking for short-term fixes, and they're not.
That's right.
They're, I don't know if they just can't
So
view it statistically. I could show you charts right now.
Result of their being the problem.
What was that? Sorry.
The politicians, the salesmen, right? They're the result of the people being the problem. And they are ongoingly hypnotizing the public because the public doesn't want to look at themselves.
Well, Thomas Massey, he did an interview on Theo Vaughn's podcast. I would really encourage you to watch it. I can get you the link, but he accurately describes what it's like being in Congress, from the actual marble and granite in the chambers to the holding facilities to how the whole show is run. And Speaker Johnson and the parties, they can change rules, at whim. So there's a power structure in Congress, in the Senate, with the president. And this group think is incapable of simply spending what they collect in tax revenue. So it's going to require more than just Thomas Massey, Rand Paul, Chip Roy, and a couple others in the Freedom Liberty Caucus to stand up against essentially a group thinks simulation or situation, which is not transparent. People wanted Trump to be like Thomas Massey, but instead we got the big beautiful bill. It's the bait and switch. It's the deceptive advertising of most Congress people. And you'll never hear AOC talking about the debt because you can't fund the Green New Deal unless you can borrow and spend more. These are communist, socialist, Marxists that want to do hyper. They want to escalate the borrowing and spending at like a hyper rate. They want you could call it hyper escalation. They don't want to die slowly. It seems they want, if you go with what AOC is wants to do, they want to blow the deficit out of the water. They don't believe in reality. They're delusional, stupid economists. They're sellouts, and I don't know why. They're not patriots. That's the problem. They really
Yeah,
don't.
that's why I keep going back to the people, John. That's why I keep going back to people. AOC, that's why I said politicians are salespeople. They sell something that they know would emotionally trigger the people, right? And that's what they do. I would watch these people. I don't, you guys know politics. I don't, but I watch them, and I see people follow. I'm like, what the hell? You know?
They're just content creators who vote yes on every bill.
Pain. People are trying to avoid pain in life, right? That's what people are trying to do. They don't want to have pain, but you have to go into the pain rather than somebody was talking about fear before. You have to go into it and get through it and get to the other side. But people don't want to do that. That's why the deficit is where it's at. You can blame everybody else. You can talk about all these other distractions, which are valid, right? But the real source are the people.
It's easy to say it's the people, but most people, when they go to that ballot box in November and they vote, there's no transparency to their vote. There's no coupling. There's no forensic accounting to that
People
vote.
know that innately within themselves. They just lie to themselves.
Well, most people are automatons and they just do things out of habit and pattern. So, I'm just saying, when you look at Thomas Massey's platform and X account, he's not posting hit pieces on this person, that person. It's not all gossip. I mean, the guy is an electrical engineer who single handedly created his own debt clock that ties into the API of the Treasury. Most people in Congress are just content creators and yes voters or can kickers. So, that's what it is.
Looking at politics. I saw that, and I'm like, oh, it's just a bunch of bullshit.
I'm no electrical engineer, but I know that I have a credit card, and I know that I don't borrow and spend more than I can afford to pay back.
Right.
I don't go out and buy a new car every couple of years. I'm not the way that you run your life, fiscally is the way that the government should be running its life. Otherwise, there's a major disconnect. It's schizophrenic, it's unfair, it's dishonest, and most people haven't really felt the pain yet of inflation. Gas at $4, eggs back down. I mean, you haven't felt. You have no idea what it. If you look at the charts and you look at how much money has been borrowed since COVID-19 in 2020 over just 5 years, it's like 3x the borrowing. It's a huge spike in borrowing and spending. It's primarily because of COVID-19 and the response. So, this is where we're at as a country, and more scamdemics, plandemics, and major anxiety, incidents are coming. War will break out again. Iran will get bombed again. This war will pop up over there. Believe me, the problem, reaction, solution dilemma that we live with in this country is not going away. So until we can learn to sit in a room with our hands in our pockets and meditate and stop getting, brainwashed with all the fake news and misinformation to get us to
Man,
borrow and spend and borrow and spend and borrow and spend, it's insanity and it's a trick.
Yeah, but let me ask you a question. Do you meditate?
Yeah.
Are you aware of? Do you have a practice of becoming aware of yourself?
Yeah, we read the Tao Te Ching in Mojo's in the Muff today.
Okay, so I know my little idiosyncrasies, right? But there are things I don't know about myself. Mojo knows his, right? And the things. So everybody, to a certain degree, is blind, right? So there's the reason why I alluded to that is because you're running for office, right? I think you have to be the person that you want to see from the people that follow you. You want to see them take on. But see, I brought this up, right? But nobody was talking about this. You guys were just talking about what appears to be the problem. It's valid, right? And now I'm getting you finally to talk about the people doing the work for themselves and their lives, taking responsibility for themselves and their lives, right? Rather than just wanting a handout from the government. This is the curve, because Mojo, you said that, and you might be right, it have to get real bad, right? But you have to be able to convince the people before it gets bad. That would be the ultimate politician to me. The ultimate salesman is the salesman that's able to get people to get something that they have to change. And it's like they're going to Genesis.
Well, that's the art of politics. I mean, truth be told, you don't have to fear money. We have to fear the dissolution or the destruction of America, because as long as we are America, the money is kind of a political fear tactic, but it's unfair in the way that it's being distributed. So it's a double-edged sword, and what you want to do is try to optimize and maximize with causing as little harm as possible, because nobody wants a catastrophe.
Question. If it's okay. I came in kind of at the tail end of when you guys were talking about things have to kind of get worse before they can get better. I think that was maybe the gist of it. But my question is, like, if things get worse, how do we know that the people won't say, see how bad it is trying to be a free market economy? We need more socialism. And, like, how do we know that if things get worse, people won't embrace the left even more?
Well, I can tell you in Chicago, where I live, people are absolutely sick of property taxes going up annually. And when they see the Chicago Teachers Union and the Chicago public school system screaming in a microphone dressed in red shirts about how your son and his transgender surgery, went exactly as they planned it, you have a lot of unhappy homeowners and voters who are absolutely sick of these radical liberal socialist Democrats. But then you have, believe it or not, a large percentage of people who do enjoy it, and they are just totally pinked up and trans flag wearing people. So I don't know what the total breakdown is, but I know most people who go to work 5 days a week are sick of their property taxes and their income taxes. So there's a breaking point where people can no longer actually enjoy their life or pay their bills because Democrat Marxist socialists keep raising their taxes.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that.
And the fact of the matter is, since the federal government is broke, if they're not willing to borrow and spend, most of these major cities, which get tens of billions of dollars from the federal government. They can't pay their budgets, so the whole system will fall apart. If the federal government falls apart, because most of the system is relying on federal aid all the time.
Well, it's just like this sentiment that I hear, on Clubhouse primarily. That's like, we spend all this money in Ukraine, and we send all this money to Israel. We should keep that money to increase, healthcare availability here, and basically fund a welfare state here. People aren't saying like, no, don't send money to Ukraine so we can pay off the national debt. That's not the first thing that comes to mind. It's, don't send money to them when Americans deserve that money for increasing.
But Gilvis, here's the problem, right? Anybody that would make the argument that the money sent to Ukraine or Israel is the problem with the debt doesn't understand the economic problem. The two biggest expenditures are the money. It's the money that's spent here already. It's the Social Security. It's the Medicare. And because of the spending getting so crazy, the third largest item is the interest on the debt. And nobody wants to talk about that. And in fact, when people make the argument that like, hey, that money that went to Ukraine could have went to the U.S. Yeah, it could have, and still wouldn't have done anything. Because at the end of the day, the big expenditures we've been told we're not even allowed to talk about. Like the shit we talk about in here, like the idea of like, hey, maybe we should get rid of Social Security. It's a fucking Ponzi scheme. If you said that, like, publicly, and you were a sitting member of Congress, you're dead. In any fucking district, you're just dead. And so we're not allowed to talk about the thing that would actually help us. That doesn't mean that there's not arguments of why to consider having social safety nets. It's just the one that we've constructed is a fucking Ponzi scheme that's going broke. And it will be broke. By 2035, the Social Security Trust Fund will be completely empty, at which point we'll only be able to fund 71% of the liabilities. And at that point, you're going to have to do some drastic measures, raising the age to collect, reducing the benefit, or you can raise taxes. And raising taxes can happen in a couple ways. You can raise taxes across the board, or they could do go after the rich and say that raising the cap. But all of those things are going to be wildly unpopular, and also it doesn't fix the problem. It's still a Ponzi scheme. It depends. The system only works. It only works if you have more people paying into it than you have collecting from it. And so, unless you want to go and mass import labor, which is another issue that, if AI is going to take jobs away from people, then what the fuck would the immigrants do here anyways? The old logic was if you had a bunch of workers, you could get them to work and that increase your tax base, and then that's how you're going to get the revenue. But now, like, increasing the population doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be an increase in productivity, because our increase in productivity is going to come from robotics and AI.
I mean, hey, I agree with you 100%. I think your analysis is spot on. When 2035 gets here, though, and, that sort of thing plays out, I mean, I'm not an accelerationist. I don't want it to happen this way. But how likely are Americans at that point to say, okay, let's adopt austerity measures, versus saying, no, we need to just eat the rich to pay for this? And that's the real problem. And I think that this population has been massaged into saying, let's eat the rich if we hit that critical point.
Yeah, but
and that's what worries me.
the thing is, though, if you look at Mises Institute, or you understand like economic scientific principles or just math, and I say math, not math. Most of those people just know math. So, if they're not intellectually honest and they're not willing to admit how you grow an economy or run a business, I mean, they're lost personally. But, I know they're brainwashed. No Kangs and you know eat the rich, but if they're honest and they're intellectually or academically inclined, they have no choice but to accept the fact that like the way that Millier is running Argentina is the way you grow an economy. You slash government and you get international investment in. People, if you can create a candle and attract moths, like this is what we have to do. I mean, it's like starting a business. You need marketing. I mean, Wrigley said, if he had $1 million, he would spend 999,000 on investment on advertising and $1 on product. So I'm not saying we have to cheat or scam our way out of this situation, but it has to be run like a business. If it's not being run like a business, we're living in La La Land, aka Clown World.
Yeah, well, I think we got about 10 years to try and figure out how to make capitalism sexy.
What do you guys think is sexy about capitalism? I believe in capitalism.
Well, it can't be a catfish.
It's not sexy. It's fucking. You got to get up at 4 a.m. and you got to work and like you got to think all the time. You got to be rational all the time, or at least most of the time. It's fucking difficult, and it's not like you don't get capitalism through like photosynthesis, just pointing your face in one direction. Like you got to work at that shit. But those motherfuckers in the 19th century, they were fucking with it. Those motherfuckers that repealed the corn laws in England, they were fucking with it. How did they go from being a peasant society and all that fucking monarchy to reversing the corn law? Like, it's education, obviously, but yeah, we got to do that kind of work.
When I because I don't know you, I haven't been around, but I don't know if you heard. I don't know much about politics, right? So I can't get into the history of capitalism, how it was developed, and all that. But what it brings for me is freedom to expand from let's say squalor to wealth, right? That's where I'm talking about. Am I correct? That it does.
Yeah. I mean, you're absolutely correct, but they keep blaming the crises on capitalism and they're not blaming it on government intervention.
Who's that? Who's that?
Every person who became radicalized,
right, okay,
Democrats in the wake of the 08 crisis, the Great Recession, they blame that on capitalism. This is inherently the problem with capitalism is that governments are in bed with the business people, and that is what capitalism really is. And when capitalism wants to exploit people, the government gives them a pass, and all of that is called capitalism. And that's wrong. That's not capitalism. But they don't want to hear that argument.
Timok, we are supposed to be living with a credit card that has a max spending limit of 5 trillion a year. Instead, we have a black card that allows us to keep charging 7 trillion a year, even though we only have a $5 trillion budget. Can you explain that to me?
Even though we have you said the last part I missed.
I said, can you explain to me how, as a country or as a people, we can keep spending 2 trillion more annually than we collect in tax revenue?
I already told you that the people don't want to look at this. It's like you got a pen in the government, which is the government, right? And we are the hookers getting fucked, right? So you have to step out of that life.
Well, the Federal Reserve,
as a whole, as the masses, not just 1, 2, 100, 5,000. It has to be millions of Americans have to step out of that, their head stuck up people are willing to grow as human beings, right? Then you won't have this problem. That's just the way it works.
It has to be something to do with what you're exposed to, maybe, life experiences as well. In my own case, I went to college and graduate school, and everything was like subtly Marxist, subtly socialist, in all the classes. I was an English major, so I wasn't like a bio major, but, and like the assumptions that you come away from college with are America's kind of evil and it owes me something and it should pay it up. And it was like, yo, man, and I'm not like trying to proselytize, but I read one book by von Mises, his book Socialism, and it just discredited everything that I had been told in college. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, it's this easy to discredit that shit? Just read this well-reasoned argument and at least question what the fuck you've been brainwashed into in college? And so it has to be that they don't have the exposure to different ideas. They haven't, like, if you're a fair, rational person and you read, Frantz Fanon, and then you read von Mises or whomever, and you just weigh the ideas together, how could you still embrace, like, trying to have a Marxist revolution in New York City? I mean, it's so juvenile, but I just think so many people just haven't been exposed to the ideas, and probably because Fanon is low-key sexier than von Mises.
I got a question. For you, Mojo. So one of the reasons why I like coming into your room is because you're not afraid to debate, right? And work through these ideas to get to either an agreement, a disagreement. So this is, I think, a little bit what you're talking about, Gildas.
Gildas, yeah.
Gildas. You get a certain amount of knowledge, right? And then somebody comes with opposing view, and you have decorum enough, to point out what you think and blah, blah, blah. And you both might learn something or agree that we think differently, right? And let it sit. Well, sometimes Roger, when he gets people that aren't willing to go down the rabbit hole of debate because they either don't have the knowledge that they act like they have, or proposing up in their conversation, or they do not want to answer hard questions because they don't they haven't really looked deep enough, right? So that's a lot of the reason why I come to the room is because I'll see the debate and I'll see Mojo go down the line. A lot of times, I don't know, I haven't been in a lot of the discussions with
Mike, listen to this. This is a Grok question I just put into the AI. It says, hey, Grok, what are the annual revenue and total net profits of the Fortune 500 from 2015 to 2024? List and bullet points. This is 2020. Revenue for the Fortune 500 was 14.2 trillion. Net profit of 1.2 trillion. 2021. Revenue of 13.8 trillion. Net profit of only 0.859 trillion, so almost a trillion. 2022 revenue of 16.1 trillion, net profit 1.8 trillion. 2023 18.1 trillion in revenue, net profit of 1.56 trillion. 2024 18.8 trillion and net profit of 1.7 trillion. So if the Fortune 500 and their total net profit is on average, let's say 1.5 trillion, or let's just put it at 1 trillion, and we're 35 trillion in dollars in debt, adding 2 trillion annually. Do you realize that this debt will never, ever even be attempted to be paid off? Because it can't be.
They're out in heaven. They're out in their own mind. In La La Land.
Well, the thing is, the money that
very wealthy.
the 2 trillion that we're borrowing annually is the net profit of the Fortune 500. That's what it is. Like, that's the profit. We literally create the profit out of thin air. So this economy is not run like a pizza shop. It's run like a pizza shop on fucking Mars by clowns.
It always goes back. It always goes. How do you convince people of that argument? You know, well, that's like Gildas. That's what I was. That's because again, like I don't know all these things. You guys know about politics and the numbers, so I go to philosophy, right? And I go, you know, any problem can be resolved if intelligent people get together that are serious about change, right, and willing to go through the hard work of change as a group and as individuals. You know, that's the only way, because they're the ones who created the problem. As I'm talking about the masses of people, right? And then you talk about, let's say, the 1%. They're part of it. They create the problem with people in a different, different way, but they are still the problem. So you still have to go to the people to get them to admit that. If you go anywhere, time out. We gotta wake them up, right? And here's something to consider, right? The debt that we have, 37 trillion. That's just a number that most people can't fathom. So you have to paint a picture for it. You have to say, well, how much is $37 trillion? And here's the best way to explain it. If you were to take $100 bills, and stack them on top of each other, it would be 25,000 miles high. That's the circumference of the Earth. So you could stack $100 bills across the circumference of the Earth to visualize how much debt we have. Those are $100 bills. It's crazy. Yeah, but they're living in their house. They're getting food. They're getting money. They may be living like fucked up lives, right? But they're not. You gotta get to a place where they don't have any money, right? This is true. And if you go back and you look at the inflation that they had in Argentina that led to them being desperate enough to go with Chile. Need to be. You said it earlier. It needs to get built bad. But what my argument was, I don't believe it has to. I believe in general, people run away from people who are. So that's why it has to be bad.
That's pretty bad already.
Yeah, I believe it's bad for a very long time.
Yeah, but if it's that bad, there's no guarantee that they'll stop at the present rate. They might jump off the edge, and say, this is what we really need to do is embrace socialism fully to fix the problems that the mixed economy has created. And it's like you gotta plunge into that abyss. I don't want to go into that abyss. I don't want my kids to go into that abyss. I don't want it to take 100 years for us to be like, okay, yeah, socialism doesn't work in America. Because that's how other countries have done it. They were starving. So, in order to fix the starvation problem, we need to create a famine. That's basically what they did. And I don't want to see this country go down that route. So, how do you convince people before it gets to that point?
Okay, yeah, we should. This is why I want to know more about politics and learn more. I never, ever got into it. Ever. I wouldn't vote. Ever. And you might look down upon me about that, but I that's just where I'm at.
It's a herd psychology. There's a herd psychology to this, that even if you educate the herd and they voted people into Congress, it doesn't mean Congress is necessarily going to follow the herd psychology as in like a democratic fashion. this is like a closed loop circuit that the herd psychology may not necessarily affect, because when you get into the halls of Congress or Senate, uh, you're going to pull the bait and switch, just like how Trump did with the big beautiful bill. Everybody seems to pull this bait and switch when they get into office.
Because the powers that be, right? What they call the top 1%, right?
Yeah, and I think this is also part of the problem that you were mentioning earlier, where if you get the right kinds of like intellectuals and the right sorts of people to speak on the issue and sort of get involved. The problem is that these people could also get consumed by the very system that they're fighting against. Because once they get involved enough, they become part of the very thing that was, you know, their antagonist. So that's what makes all this so difficult.
Right, because they're human beings, and again, you have what?
Well, I mean, look, you have to say but people respond to.
You got Muhammad, right? So what I hear, what you guys and what I'm thinking about, what I'm saying, it seems to me that it takes people like Jesus to come, because it ain't gonna happen. Is what I'm hearing from you guys. That's what I'm hearing. Listen, if they'll kill Jesus, just imagine what you're trying to figure this out. Yeah, well, Jesus didn't really give a fuck, right? He said that Jesus did what Jesus had to do. We're all gonna die, right? You can't choose how you're gonna die, Roger. So you might as well,
Well,
no, you can absolutely choose how you're gonna die. No, you fucking can't, Roger. Yes, you can. You like to be a joker, yeah. Robin Williams did. Well, energy doesn't die, my friend, and we are energy. That was proven by a guy called Einstein.
Well, it ceases to express itself. So once you go, you probably won't hear what you have to say.
That's very true, because, hey, man, get what you're saying. There's not going to be any fucking working menu reboots, is all I'm saying. You know, in the unknown, right? The past, present, and future are all one, right? You know that, right? It's in the known that we see time. In the known. And that's where you guys are talking about. And I'm talking about that too. But and pain, right? And suffering, right? It gets to a point where it depends on the person, but it gets to the point where you surrender, right? And that's where you have, it's a whole different world. But you have to go into the pain and surrender. But look at a woman when she has a baby, right? It's a painful thing, right? And then you have another life. So there are conversations that you guys are not having, right? You're having predictable conversations. I'm not trying to put you down at all. But
well, that's also a presumptive thing to say.
Well, when I say predictable conversation, I'm saying that all your conversations comes from your knowledge, and your knowledge comes from the past. And the past. I'm sorry.
No, it's not good, sir.
Yeah. So when you wake up in the morning, right? You wake up in the past because you're thinking about the past. You're thinking about your friends, family, emails, business, money, health, whatever it is. It's all from the past. So it's predictable, your outcomes. That's just the way the mind works. 95% of your outcomes come from the subconscious, not your conscious mind. Right? So when I talk about this change that you guys want to see, I keep going back to the individual person. Whether it be John talked about before, the top 1% or the bottom 99%. The answer is still the fucking same. And until that's addressed, and that's where people like Jesus come about, right? Because they're willing to put their life on their line, you know? And I know there's some people with courage, but a lot of people, for the most part, don't have that kind of courage. something more to get to that place. Yeah. Then it's called being selfless, which most of us aren't. We're not selfless. We're selfish.
Wait, hold on. I've spent about 18 hours on this app today. I'm very selflessly.
Oh yeah. Zero. Selfish mother.
18 hours. I helped Congressman Kitover raise $1,000 today.
For your own selfish needs.
Well, yeah. I don't believe in altruism, so I think you're right. There's definitely always something in it for the self.
That's good. That's right.
I'm with it.
It goes for all of us.
But here's the cool thing: the illusion of altruism, the idea that you're helping somebody else, and the fact that it makes you feel good when you do help other people. I think that's a benefit. Imagine if there wasn't that feeling of satisfaction of helping somebody, where you get that selfish pleasure of doing something for others. Then even the illusion of altruism would be gone.
It's getting late. I'm getting tired. Yeah. But when you give, look, if I go all in the spiritual side of this, right? Life is about attaining the ability to love unconditionally. When I say life is, I'm saying we are individuals, human beings, that want to see the next moment. We create the illusion of tomorrow so that we feel like we're saved, and it's a paradox, right? So when you're able, listen, I'm not religious, but there's others besides Jesus, Muhammad, Buddha. There's others that are selflessly giving
Don't bring up Muhammad.
Do you want me to give you a quick?
Let me just finish. Okay. Unconditionally loving, right? Unconditionally loving. To unconditionally love, you are guaranteed to be whole, because you're doing it because you're already whole, right? People are walking around incomplete, right? And that's why you have the fucking this.
I was just gonna say that there's a pretty significant difference between Jesus and Muhammad.
Yeah, I know well, I'm talking. People are able to lead people to love unconditionally. I understand. I don't know enough about Muslim. I don't know enough about them.
Do you know what the one common thing is among Jesus and Muhammad and Buddha and others?
What?
I read this in a book, but apparently they all disappeared and came back, with revelation. Moses went to the mountain, Muhammad went to the cave, Jesus went to where did he go? Was it Egypt, I think? So when he was in hiding. Anyways, everybody has this revelation. They disappear, which basically they go meditate and come back enlightened.
Yeah. I mean, you could judge the different. You could say great or men, in history, right? You can judge it, but would you put yourself? Well, let me not even go there.
I'll put myself there. Do you remember when Roger Mayhem left the app for like 7 months? He came back.
I don't remember that.
Revelation.
Sorry. So this. Do you think this is another one of those moments or no? Because again, like you said, it has to get really bad before it gets good. So maybe it does, and then maybe the diamond will appear. Right?
Why does it have to get really bad before it gets good?
Because people are they're walking around like zombies. It's already really bad. People don't love each other. You get on this app, like, there's no offense with Archie, because I don't judge you. talking bullshit, right? But I knew it came from his own pain. So, but you guys going back and forth about bullshit, putting each other down, or him, he was the only one. Everybody's putting him down. He's fighting back for it. And I said, well, Roger, why do you even bring him up, right? So that everybody's just caught up in their reptilian self, their shadow self, right? So until you become aware of that, right, you can't. It's not easy to control that power that's within you that wants to say, shut the fuck up, right? Or even worse, right? So when you're able to tame that animal within you, right, and love someone that you wouldn't normally love, right, that's when you'll see change. Otherwise, it's the same thing. It'll be the same thing. Again, like it's the predictable past. End of the past, we have war. In the past, we have horrible things that happen. Then you have the Messiah, you have the Jesus, you have this. This is the nature of this dimension. It's duality, it's polarity. It needs to go to one extreme to the next. No, it's like humanity is like being bipolar in this dimension. But you don't have to be. But that's what we are in a bipolar environment. Until you recognize it, right, you're not going to be free of it. You're going to just be part of it.
Yeah, I have to respectfully disagree with that outlook.
Of course you do, because that is predictable that you disagree.
Yeah, but trying to mortgage my life to say, I've got to care about other people and put their goals over myself unconditional.
Real quick, I'll be clear. I said that would be the ultimate, right? The ultimate is that living in a place. That's like what you would say heaven, unconditional love, right? When people die, they come back, they say, I experience a love that isn't on earth, right? My curiosity is how to get that love on earth. That was what I thought about. I said, how could that's a challenge to me. I'm curious about that, right? How could I unconditionally love, right? Everybody.
Yeah, well, I think unconditional love is a fool's game, with all due respect. You don't just love everybody unconditionally. Like, there's a recipe for disaster. That means the person who doesn't believe in love for everybody unconditionally gets to molest you, gets to oversee you, gets to enslave you. Because here you are being
extreme. Don't take it.
No, I mean, it's not even an extreme. It's just how it's played out. If I sit here and turn the other cheek, but you're interested in chopping off heads, how do I benefit from that arrangement?
That's taking it to the extreme.
It's not the extreme. It's just.
Well, I'm saying I'm not going to unconditionally get
I think chopping off
a guy that's going to chop my head off. I'm not going to unconditionally love them. I'm going to defend myself. That's the extreme.
The chances of getting your head chopped off dramatically decrease if you leave Muslim countries. Thank you.
You understand? I'm not talking about.
But I mean, it sends shivers down my spine, because that's like telling slaves to obey their masters, man. Like, I don't get with that.
Let's start with this one. Let's start with you. I could disagree with you. At the very, let's say you feel better when you are hurt, right? You could say that's a subtle form of love, right? Then you go to the next level. The person curses you out, right? And you don't allow that reptilian out. You say, okay, I want to tell him go fuck himself too, and fuck him up, right? All this shit, man. You tame it. And you go, okay, I see that you can tell the guys. You follow me? Then that is a higher form.
Yeah, it sounds like appeasement.
No, because if you're whole, the person can. Someone call me a nigga. Someone call me whatever they want. It doesn't say nothing about me. It's them. I don't take any of this shit personally.
I can understand that on a one-to-one basis. somebody calls me the N word, I don't have to, go into gyrations trying to respond. That's one thing. But in terms of a civilization and a people, if we're just sitting here saying, we're stronger than you, we're smarter than you, but we won't smash you, Iran. We'll let you live, and we'll live. We'll negotiate with you. We'll sit at a round table with you and your leaders who represent evil. We're not going to win that if we come in with this turn the other cheek proposition. They're going to win.
But I
don't want to live under that.
I didn't say turn out the other cheeks. You're taking what I said, twisting it. That's not what I said.
Yeah, you did not use those words, so fair enough.
To a certain degree, there is some truth in what you're saying. So, to love unconditionally, you have to let go of the past. Right? We don't have the courage as human beings. We don't have the courage. That's why people tend to say about people who passed on. Right? They come back. They see their body. They see everything before they come back. They experience this kind of love. Right? Then they don't want to come back. Right? So I'm just in the inquiry of what that kind of love is. And I'm in the inquiry. So I know selflessness has something to do with it. I know if loving what you do has something to do with it. So I can go down the list of things that and get me to that place. Ultimately, it's courage, right? Ultimately, it's letting go that this is all that there is, right?
Yeah. All right.
I can go down this inquiry over and over again, and that's where people get to the place of liking, and they're able to love unconditionally. Because we started this conversation about the debt, right? And I was talking to John, and we keep talking about the results of the thing that you're not talking about, which is yourself, the problem.
I mean, let me be forthright. I'm an atheist. Are you a Christian?
What'd you say, Ann?
I said I'm sorry to hear that.
Well, and versus that, like what your ethics are based in, like Christian ideology.
I think human beings we are born with a certain amount of knowingness, right? That you don't need to be always told how to behave, right? There's something that tells me that if I put my hand on fire, if my hand's going to burn, I'm not going to grab that other 3-year-old and put their face on that fire, right? So, not to demean religion, right? But I haven't followed religion more than I followed my relationship with myself and the divinity within. I've developed, one might say, a relationship with this knowingness, right? Which might sound ridiculous to some people, but
I guess I would say you're not a Christian, but you do believe like in some form of supernaturalism.
Well, I think we're all super because we're all created. Whether you like what you're creating, first, I believe in that you are the creator of your reality, right? So life is you pushed out. So if you don't like what you see, look at your stuff. Go within yourself.
Okay, let me ask you this way, if you don't mind. Is there any context that you can imagine that 2 + 2 doesn't equal 4? Like, is there some way that might not hold in one context?
In this dimension, that's how people are functioning. Oh, it doesn't.
Well, I'm asking you, do you believe that like there's a certain context where it might not be true?
Yeah, in the spirit world. If you go into the unknown, you will get the unknown answer.
Okay, so that tells me a lot, and I'm not trying to disrespect you, but that tells me a lot about how we might even approach this disagreement that we might be having. I do not believe that in any context that a human being can experience, 2 + 2 can equal anything else but 4.
Well,
and if you believe that a spiritual dimension where that might not be true, and it might be whole.
Yeah, so can't think. See, you're giving that answer, right? But you haven't experienced it yet. So you're saying there can't be. So that's, let me be completely honest. That's foolish. So you think that because you haven't experienced it, it's not real? It's not a reality?
Well,
because you haven't experienced
it's
it?
not, because there are a lot of things that I have not experienced. I haven't experienced living in Tokyo, but my rational mind tells me it's there. 25 or 30 million people live there. So, no, I don't think that's a fair argument.
Well, you're still
But I think that the laws of physics hold. No matter where I am, no matter what I'm thinking about, 2 plus 2 will always equal 4, and there is no side dimension or spiritual context that will make that untrue. But you seem to believe that there may be.
No, Gildas. It's just like time slows down. Einstein, you know a guy named Einstein? You know what he did? What he found out? Right? I've said it before. Right? There's always somebody that proves what you're this idea that you have the 2 plus 2 only equals 4. That's, anyway, I'm not going to get ahead of this. I'm going to.
I mean, it's a deep conversation. I know we're just kind of meeting each other. I followed you before this room, so I know I must have met you somewhere. But you know, I'm not trying to offend you, and I'm not trying to.
I don't think. The thing is, you just gotta sit with your thought and say, is there something else than what's in my mind? And it just my mind. Do I know all things? Have I experienced all things? When you just sit with that, you're gonna come up. And if you come with the answer yes, then my friend, you're not in reality because you don't know everything.
Well, Gildas, I got a question for you, please. Do you think it's extraordinary or just ordinary that we're sitting around talking on this app? Pardon? That we're going through space and spinning through space, but we're just sitting around talking on Clubhouse. Don't you think that's a little extraordinary? And you're not aware of spinning and going through space?
No, I don't think it's extraordinary in the sense.
Oh, really?
Oh, okay.
But now, to your point,
usual, huh?
to your point, Max.
My point is, just being alive is so fucking mysterious that you talking about 2 plus 2 just sounds like, I know you're trying to be reasonable, but it just sounds, he said it, foolish. He's trying to be friendly with you, but
yeah, well, when you're saying that people who are sounding reasonable sound foolish, I would ask you to maybe check your premises. But at the same time,
what about quantum physics? That 2 things can exist, one thing way away from something else can affect the other. Quantum physics doesn't act exactly like the 2 plus 2, does it?
What I would say to all of that is we have a way of trying to confirm what we know. We have a way of trying to confirm knowledge. And if there's a question that I come up against that I don't know the answer to, I don't leapfrog to a supernatural explanation. I say, well, given the scientific method, I don't know, why the sun went dark when
what about if you ever experienced, I understand that, but I'm serious.
Okay,
now,
go ahead.
And I'll get off your case because it sounds like I'm being a troll. But
okay.
If you ever experienced knowing somebody was going to phone you and you knew who was going to be on the line?
I mean, maybe when I had caller ID. Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's a good stand-up response. But even in the RAF, the Royal Air Force, before they could detect planes behind them, they used to teach the people that were flying the planes in England, don't look behind, because you've never said, you think it's just like made up, like if you're in a subway or wherever you are and you look at somebody and you think they don't know you're looking at them and they turn around and look at you? You've never experienced that?
Maybe to a certain extent, but that's not how you get to like nuclear physics.
Well, I'm not talking nuclear physics. I'm talking about things that you cannot explain through regular scientific.
What you're saying is like, you can have intuition, you can be aware of premonitions,
Everything they believe in science now is upside down. We used to think we were the center of the earth, and then Newton came around and they made him broke for saying something different. You know,
because he was embracing science and not mysticism.
Right, but each things that you're embracing now will seem ridiculous in the future.
Well, I don't think 2 + 2 = 4 will sound ridiculous in the future unless we're overtaken by like
marriage riddles. Marriage in the beginning, right? In the beginning, oh, I'm love and in love, right? Then reality hits. Is that 2 + 2 = 4 there?
I mean, I think that's a really tacky analogy. I don't think it really fits with the argument that you might be trying to make.
Well, all I'm saying is that when you think that you know, right, you're kind of putting yourself in a box.
No, there is a distinction and an extent to which you can know. Like 2 + 2 was always 4, regardless of what dimension you were observing it from, right? Whether you did or didn't know it.
But okay. Mojo, you're good at this now. So you debate more than me. Can you give your sense of what your opinion is? About objective reality? Is that what we're talking about? No. Okay. I think there's see, we may all be in agreement, but we're speaking a little different language. So maybe you're able to, from being objective, be able to see where we're agreeing rather than. How about just saying mathematics is a type of language? Hold on one second.
I don't think mathematics is a language. In fact, I think math exists. We just discovered it.
So the discussion was, Gildas said, is there anything, do you see life any way that could exist any outside of 2 + 2 = 4? In other words, like what I'm seeing is logic. He's in the form, he's in logic. Right? Could I see 2 + 2 = something else other than what it's logical to think is 4?
Well, yeah, 2 + 2 could equal something other than 4 if 2 doesn't represent 2, because 2 could be representative of something else.
2 is your 2 is your perception of something. So what I mean by that is, I could think you are very well. Let me not. Schizophrenic. So there's 2 of them. I could think a painting is beautiful, but you could say that's ridiculous. Right? So we could have 2 different perspectives on that data. So in this context, this is what I'm talking about, where you might think something's beautiful and somebody could think something's not. So 2 + 2 does not equal 4. In that context is what I'm talking about, Lewis. I think that's not how you've been having this conversation. That we're in it.
You're talking about, you're trying to compare an epistemological question, 2 + 2 = 4, with an aesthetic question of meaning is beautiful or not. I'm explaining it. Epistemology has to deal with how we can perceive the world around us. What do we use to perceive the world in front of us? And I believe you use your rational mind to perceive. So if you see one object and another object, that's 2 objects. Now, aesthetically speaking, you're saying, is one object more beautiful than the other? Yeah, there's room for subjectivity in that.
That's what I'm talking about.
I don't disagree with that.
That's what I've been talking about all this time.
But I don't know.
Can you give me time to talk?
After we're finished.
I don't know what context exists that I can perceive and can prove that I'm perceiving it, where 2 + 2 doesn't equal 4. If you are saying, given things are stable, like Mojo said, given things are stable, 2 actually means 2. If you add 2 to 2, it has to be 4.
Boy, Gildas.
Oh, man.
It's not an opinion.
idiot.
Gildas, I'm talking about.
We're getting way too into the rabbit hole, I think.
Help him out. Help him out.
No, I can't help him.
Wait, hold on. What hole are we in?
The rabbit.
Yeah, they think that if like Jesus pointed his finger, 2 + 2 could be 5.
Gildas. I'm talking about the painting, not the number 2. Everybody knows 2 + 2 = 4. Everybody knows that. Gildas. Everybody knows that. Right? Talk about the painting. That's what I always was. Perception.
Alex, what did you have to say? Alex. Okay. So Alex just wanted to come up while you guys were talking and interrupt, but now has nothing to say.
What?
But just so you know, 2 + 2 is 4.
Yeah, 2 + 2 equals 6.
That's what it sounded like for a minute.
Hey, Ann, real quick. 233 times 1,000.
Wait, what? 233 times 1,000? 233,000.
You scared me.
And are you still a troublemaker?
Huh?
So
That's funny. I was gonna ask her.
Shut up, Bojo.
I know.
I hate you.
You were going to ask. You still a troublemaker, Ann?
When was I? When was I ever?
You've always been a troublemaker. You are a troublemaker. And when did that start? Elementary school? When did you take on that persona?
Well, tell me why you think I'm in trouble.
No, you can't answer a question with a question, please.
I've got a couple ideas.
Yeah, go for it.
Shut up. No, because the first that I know that I've only met him in your room, Mojo, recently. So obviously.
Wait, do you even know who Timok is?
No.
He's a famous actor.
He's full of shit. Yo.
Why don't you go? Hold on, Ann. Go Google The Last Dragon, Timok.
But right.
He's the biggest action star of the 1980s. It's crazy.
United Ann. She was a big rule. Black folks, right? And she was the only white girl in the picture.
That's how she rolls. That's how she rolls.
She was going nigga. And I said, what?
I never.
Shut up, you liar.
I have.
You're a liar. You're a liar.
Ever.
No. I broke the rule.
Lying.
Yeah, that is rule number 7. We need to abide.
This is a 3 or 4 years ago, right? And I go up on stage, because I told you words no problem. So I go up on stage. And
wait, you're trying to say that I said the N-word?
Oh my God.
You're lying.
Yeah, and you're 5'10".
You're lying, but go ahead, I'll let you finish.
So I go up on stage. right? And I go, hello. Everybody's like, you gotta stop saying that word. Everybody's losing their mind. So I go, you're letting her control your emotions. You're all men, you're all men up here. How you let this little white girl control your emotions, right? And then they were kind of quiet. And I said, hey, you can call me. And she was nigga. I said, see?
Yeah, but are you sure that thing
it says more about her than it says about it.
No, that wasn't me.
That's why troublemaker, and you're a troublemaker.
But I never ever said that. That Sarah Fox has. I've never said the N-word like that.
Okay.
I have never. But I have definitely been on stages that you're describing, but I never ever would say that. Gosh, why are you in trouble? You and Brad telling the worst stories about me today. I don't know. Brad saying I'm Busch Gardens, and you're saying that I say the N-word. Yeah.
You should have been on one of those episodes of TV Batman. You would have been a good character. I used to love that when I was a kid. Batman.
Hi everyone, hope today you like come back. What
what's the issue you're talking about?
There you go. Well, then I'm not going to talk to you. You removed him? No, I'm bringing him on. Come here, Alex. He wants to talk to you.
What, Raj? Why you remove him? Well, you don't.
Listen, it's 1:45 in the a.m. There's no way that voice is going to fucking. I'm not doing it.
Why you have a problem with it? You can't do this.
That voice is not the business. Not the business. No, that's like a 1:45 in the afternoon voice. There's no way.
Old clubhouse. Imagine old clubhouse. You come, the guy come on stage, and then they expect you to understand what they're talking. Oh man, the old trolls. Remember you remember the old trolls when they started getting really before trolling became a big.
Yeah.
The old ones. Like,
yeah.
I remember, and I could and there were 14, 15 that ended up on clubhouse between adults and that the 14, 15-year-olds was just so foolish, and they were having a great time. Yeah, they come into a conversation that was like really serious or religious, and they come on the stage, bitch, and they run off. It was hilarious.
Well, all right, Alex, you suck. Look what you did, Roger. You broke Alex.
Because I haven't been in this parish for a little while, so forgive me. But Mr. Mojo, my friend, what is the difference between In the Muff, that other house, and then Healthy Debates now? What is the differentiation between these three houses, my friend? I know other people know, but I don't.
I'm not in Healthy Debates. Healthy Debates, I think, ran its course, and I'm no longer affiliated with Healthy Debates. In the Muff is where I choose to be. It's where I long to be. And then there's the other thing, Rational Discussion Group. That's a place that's designed to have rational discussions, as opposed to being in the Muff, where that does not happen.
So, do you feel any emotional longing to the house that you created and spent time, blood, sweat, and tears creating?
No. After reading the Tao over the last couple of days, I've really adopted this sense that you need to be able to let things go.
But not Muff, though. Okay, well, that cleared everything up for me.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
No, I said, well, that cleared everything up for me, is what I said.
Yeah. So what are you doing? Are you going to start doing some rooms again?
No. Absolutely not, sir. Number one, it's a massive time suck. Number two, I was just talking to Adil, or Scoob, as he now calls himself, and I've been slightly sucked back into the world of Clubhouse because I've just moved into a new flat and I have time to think, and there's these walls can be pretty quiet, so you want to hear some familiar voices, and then you just, it's muscle memory. You hit that hand icon, and before you know it, you're talking in a room and whatever, and you fall back into it. But nah, I'm not going to. I don't think there's any point. And I think this is a great entertainment app, and it's a friendship app, and I've met 30, 35 people from this app, and it's truly amazing in that. And actually, this picture is me and Denise Hamilton when she came to London about 3 months ago. But how many truly good discussions are to be had on this app? And to be fair, not to knock the app, how many times do we confront people with different views and we end up with our view being changed, in and off this app? And that's what I kind of like. However, that's not to take away from the great entertainment that you provide on this app. And you're a man of the people, and you know how to press buttons and conduct a room. And I say this to you all the time off the app. You're a genius, sir.
Man, we're using that term a little loosely, aren't we?
Not at all. You truly understand how to moderate a room, how to get people passionate, riled up. You also know which topics are truly going to excite people. I don't. I'm too in my head, and I want a level of classic discussion. You can do that, but also you can pivot and entertain.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about the mix between quality conversation and just mindless banter, I suppose. And honestly, I think I require a mix of that, and I don't know the proper mix. It would be boring if you didn't have a good conversation, but it would also be boring if you couldn't just loosen up and have some mindless fun. So that's the thing I'm trying to figure out is how to calibrate all those things.
And I think you're spot on. And I've talked about discussion, and you've entered the word conversation, and that's really powerful what you said. And I think that, without wanting to make this at all political, but us on the left are worried about free-ranging conversations, or at least we are more worried about them. I think that's probably the safer thing to say. But you calibrate it just right. You let people in from left and right. Your biases are out there. You don't hide from them, but you engage with people who are good conversationalists and have good points to make. And I think that makes you, vis-a-vis this app, one of the best and a bit of a genius. And I'm not saying this to blow smoke up your bum. It's just true. You're very good at this app.
Oh, that was sweet.
I have my moments. Thank you, Roosevelt.
How did that fundraising go for that dude?
We raised $1,000 tonight.
Wow.
Yep. If we could do that every day, I think he might be the congressman.
Surely it's law of diminishing returns, isn't it?
Maybe, but there's always, we could take it over to Fanbase for a day, we could take it over to Chatter for a day, we could blow it up on Twitter for a day.
What's this guy stand for?
Well, you know the $37 trillion worth of debt?
I've heard about it. I've heard about this thing.
Have you heard about the $100 trillion of unfunded liabilities?
Well, I'm vaguely aware,
Well, what he's hoping to accomplish is to make sure that people are less vaguely aware, and he could put it in their face and say, hey, this is a problem, and it's a problem that we have a duty to address.
Okay, well, I'll let you Americans get on with that. and I will go up and seize my day, my friend.
All right, man. Are you gonna have a good old fashioned English breakfast with
no, I've already
cold
been out.
baked beans and tomatoes? What's up with the tomato?
Tomatoes. Come on, please.
Why do you guys put that on a breakfast plate, though?
Not everybody does it. It's pretty common, but not everybody does it.
And what's up with the baked beans?
Roger, my good and dear sweet friend, let's not go down that old canard of knocking the Brits for what they eat. This is an old clubhouse ruse of yours. I'm not going to fall for it. I am putting my wallet in my pocket right now. I'm going to sign off. I've got to go out and have a meeting in 1 hour. I'm going to jump in my car, my friend. I love you lots. This has been a wonderful room. Toodle pip, everybody.
Have a great day.